Hey, Vic, congrats on first. Thanks so much for coming in, dude. How are you? Insane, how are you? Thanks for the check-in, guys. Alright, I'm just about set up here. I got my Discord notifications posted. Just give me 1 second. Oh, dude, it's been so hot. It's been fucking unbearable, dude.
Vika Ravenfell has arrived.
You're doing your best, TTS. This fucking cat fur all over my tablet again. This fucking boy keeps jumping on my desk while I'm sleeping. And he thinks he's sneaky. He thinks I won't know. And then I wake up and I go to my desk and there's fur all over it. How's it going, guys? I actually just cut my hair today because I was fucking sick of the heat. I could not deal with it anymore. And as soon as I got my buzz cut done, I was like, oh my god, I feel so much cooler already. So for any of y'all who were here last time, you should remember we were working on the character Blue from Deltarune Chapter 5. This is him, as a work in progress. If you want to take a peek, that's what his sprite looks like in the game. He's a ballerina. He's very graceful. Isn't this a fucking bop? I've been jamming this all week. The bass line is so good. Wanted to get some anatomical posing practice in, and dancers are always fantastic for that kind of thing. Today, we might rework some of the color. It's not one-to-one with the pixel art, but I don't think it has to be as long as it fits the scheme of all blue. And we are going to have some yellow details, because in the game, this character has a significant other who's yellow. So first and foremost, I want to rework the skirt entirely. I don't like how it came out. It's better than our first try, but it could have much better flow. And I've mentioned before that that's something I think I struggle with, is like flow and dynamic posing. Something we gotta keep working at. Hello? YouTube music. Why are you freaking out, YouTube music? Why are you freaking out? Did you just skip that song entirely when I didn't ask you to? It did. Maybe I bumped my ring and it just like froze. I have a ring that lets me skip songs. Load something. Now it's awkwardly quiet. Don't make me go back to Strict Machine for a third time. If that's actually loaded, I will listen to it again. I might have to restart YouTube music real quick. It's throwing a bit of a fit on me. Hold on, guys. I get all awkward when I don't have my music playing. Nobody wants that. There we go. So you remember that we left off on sugar pills, so what's your fucking deal? What's your fucking deal, bruh? Yeah, so I want to redraw the skirt. We might rework some of the colors to see about matching the pixel art better, but I kind of like the idea of him having dark hair. I'm thinking I'm going to make it dark at the root. You can see I have some pretty bad roots right now myself. And then have it come into a lighter hair color like it's been bleached and dyed. We have a lot of little details we want to add to the leotard and the tutu, but again, we're going to redraw that entirely, so I'm not going to fucks with that too much yet. I think I mainly want to focus on his face and hair today. Because right now we don't have any shading on this. And it's just the base colors. I did add a gradient to the leotard and the stockings, but it's just a regular gradient. It's not actually shaded. It's just a gradient using a clipping mask. And I gave them a sparkly texture too because I wanted them to be glittery. But I might do that a little differently. I might go for it being a little more subtle and then add like brighter pops where the light is catching it. But that's something we're going to figure out when we're shading. I'm also going to be accessorizing with some flowers and things both along one of these shoulders and at like the edge of the tutu here. Great. I mentioned that I'm going to give him dreadlocks because in my opinion his hair looks like it looks like a bunch of dreadlocks pulled into a bun. So they're like looped. That's how I interpret his hair. So we're going to go for a messy dreadlock style. We're going to accessorize the hell out of it. We're going to give him skin texture. We're going to do a little body hair here and there. And it's entirely possible that this will be a bit controversial with some fans. Because, you know, everybody has their own interpretations. And I have realized that my interpretation is not one of the popular ones for this character. First off, some people think that he's a trans woman. I think he's just a feminine man. Toby Fox has never been indirect about making his characters queer, and I don't know why he'd start now. I also don't think every feminine man has to be trans. I think the gender spectrum is something that anybody can decide that they're not into, regardless of whether they identify as cis or transgender. So yeah, Vic, I prefer the idea that he's a femboy, he's a feminine man, over the idea that he's transgender, because like it's rare for men to be represented with feminine interests to begin with. So I don't like when you get one and then people decide that person must be a woman. Like, I'm like, guys, we're still just sticking with the cis archetypes of gender when we do that. Like, can we tone it down, please? So, I interpret him as a femboy, but some people interpret him as a transgender woman, which is valid too. That's just my interpretation. So I'm kind of leaning into, like, the masculinity of his figure and stuff a little bit, while giving him his feminine stylings. That's how he is in the game to me. So so there's that, and there's the fact that I interpret him as black, and I expect a couple comments about that because people can be racist, but I'm hoping people will be cool about it. That's fair and sane. I don't think there's any problem with that. I just think it's crazy how, like, people who are supposed to be above assuming stuff about people's gender based on, like, binary stuff will continue to do that. In my mind, I'm like, let Blue be a feminine man. I also do interpret this little square here as chops. So you can see I brought the hair base onto the base below the cheekbones because I interpret that as mutton chops. Yeah, I want to start with a skin texture. Let me find my favorite skin texture brush. I think it's this one. Let me hide that notes layer so we can see a little better. And set this layer to multiply, because I'm just using the same color right on top with a different blend mode. Yes, that is, I believe this is the brush I like, but it's too large. Let's try about half the size. Still too harsh, I think. Maybe we have something more subtle for him, because I like using this one for portraits, but this is a full body, so we don't need quite as much texture. That's subtle, but I think it does the trick really well. Skin texture should be subtle. That one's too harsh. That one's too harsh. Yeah, I like this one. I like this more subtle one. So that right down the center of his face, that stripe there, is the texture brush that I'm gonna do over all the skin real quick. Just like a quick scribble back and forth style. Doing it with straight lines like that tends to have awkward edges, so, but just so you guys could see it. Whoa, hey, Punk! I would ask how the rest of your stream was, but I left like 10 minutes ago. So, were you enjoying that game? It looks really cool. Welcome in, everybody. If you don't already know me, I'm the Maker's Mantle. I use they, them pronouns. You can check out some of my digital art currently displaying on stream. I am an artist, multimedia artist, and variety streamer here on Twitch. I like to play story-driven games. You can check that on Friday night. We're playing Red Dead Redemption 2 right now. And I also stream Thursday nights. That's usually community nights, friend slop, playing tabletop sim with my dungeon master. We do a bit of a mix-up on Thursdays. You screwed yourself on resources? No! That's always like the problem with going into this kind of stuff blind. Oh, hey, Punk, did I tell you I started working on another playlist that has more of my punk taste in music and stuff on there? I really love this song, so I don't want to switch it yet, but maybe after this song is over, I'll put it on for you. I'm still working on it, so it doesn't have a lot of songs right now.
Punk Ape
It's
has
pretty
arrived.
short at the moment because I'm just starting to get it configured, and I've been like jamming my stream playlist to try and like curate it and critique it and take things in and out like since I started streaming. So I've accidentally pushed some
Incarna
of
has
my other
arrived.
stuff out of my algorithm, and I'm trying to get it back in. Masky, how are you? Oh my gosh. You guys do anything interesting over the weekend? I went to a barbecue on Saturday, crashed hard Sunday, and ended up just doing a Spider-Man-a-thon with my partner. We were just watching all the Spider-Man movies. Oh my gosh. Yeah, if you guys aren't familiar with this character, we're working on fan art from Deltarune right now for a character from Chapter 5 who is named the same color as his skin, blue. I just adored him. I loved his design. I loved his personality. And because he's a dancer, I thought he'd be good for anatomy practice too. Hey, Os, how you doing, man? Dancers are always great for practicing anatomy, so I thought he'd be good for that too. Plus all the little details on the outfit, I can have so much fun with it, you know? So we're working on Blue from Deltarune. I'm gonna be redoing the skirt because I'm not satisfied with how it came out. But I really like how the anatomy of this came out. And I'm really looking forward to like throwing in the shading and the detailing and everything. And his hair, I'm gonna have a lot of fun with his hair. Right now, you might not be able to see what I'm doing super great because I'm working on skin texture, which I just like slap on top in the same color but on multiply, and I usually end up lowering the opacity too. I do feel like doing this one on Multiply is kind of washing him out a little bit, though, so I might try a different blend mode. Hell yeah, Masky, be right on that. For anyone not familiar, we have a deck of many things here. And if you redeem Determine Your Fate, hey, welcome in, Alyssa! Or do you prefer cat, or do you prefer pink? Regardless, it works for me. Yeah, if you redeem Determine Your Fate, I will pull you a card from the deck of many things. God, the fucking piano in this song is just so good. I love classical piano mixed with alternative music so much. Classical instrumentation, really, not just piano, but particularly piano and violin. Okay, hold on. I promised Punk I'd throw on some punk music for him. Now, where is that playlist? There it is. It's not all punk, to be clear. I just shuffled it. But we're starting with Rancid, so there you go. Oh! Get the fuck out of here, bot. Be gone, bitch ass. Yeah, violin is one of my favorite instruments, partly because it's so flexible. You already know it, baby boy. Alright, let's pull a card for Masky. Get out of the way, mouse. Masky, you got the skull. Let's see, what does that one mean again? Boop, boop, boop. There it is. You summon an avatar of death. It appears within 10 feet of you and attacks you, warning every other creature that you must battle it alone. The avatar fights you until it drops to 0 hit points, or you die. If anyone attempts to assist you, they summon their own avatar of death. A creature killed by an avatar of death cannot be resurrected. Hey, free fight. Take your time, punk. Thank you so much for the raid, dude. If you need to raid and fade, get some self-care in, please don't feel obligated to stick around, but I appreciate the shit out of seeing you, dude. Hey, thanks so much for the follow. Alright, let's keep on trucking with this skin texture. It's a little scribbly, but we'll go back over it one more time and patch that right up. I do art on Tuesdays. Thursday evenings is a mixed bag of like community nights, friend slop with other people, playing games in tabletop sim with my dungeon master, and other stuff. And I like to do story-driven games on Friday nights. Right now we're playing Red Dead Redemption 2. And I'm pretty far into it. Okay, that's a good start. I'm gonna go over it once more with the brush slightly larger, just to prevent, like, the scribbly areas we've kind of gotten. But I don't want the texture to be overwhelmingly large, so... There's one arm. There's the next arm. There's the face and neck, and he doesn't actually have skin exposed anywhere else. So you can see it's a bit harsh right now. Let's smash mechas. Aos, you can't join the fight or it's gonna summon another one. We're gonna set that to clipping mask so that it's not outside the lines. Let's see if there's a better blending mode that makes this look a little more natural. Okay, how about... I feel like soft light works pretty well if we just drop the opacity. Well, if you're both going for the free experience, why not, I guess. Alright. So you can see it's got like a bit of noise to it. That's just to add kind of a skin texture. It'll look nicer with shading and it'll really sing. But that just adds a little level of detail that can be appreciated in the full quality version. It's not exactly easy to make out on stream, but if you were to order a poster of this design, you'd see it on there. Which, I don't know if this one will be added to the shop. My shop is pretty full up. Most of it's fucking Danny DeVito. If any of you haven't looked at my merch store recently, I put Danny on like a million different things. Alright, let's get started on shading, cutting in the contours. I like to start with the face, because it's got, like... The face has the most planes. When it comes to the human body, most shapes are simple, but the face is pretty complicated. You got it, Ace! Hey, maybe whatever you get will help you with the Avatar of Death, or maybe it'll just be another Avatar of Death. Listen, Lim, you can snort, but that's how the deck of many things goes. Yeah, and you were the only one who'd pull cards from it because everybody else got shit. Alright, buddy, let's see what you got. I shuffled it 3 times for you, and your card on top is the Vizier. You got Jafar. Within 1 year of drawing this card, you may ask a question in meditation and gain a truthful answer. Beyond simply the knowledge you seek, the answer will help you solve a puzzling situation or other problem. In other words, the information you receive comes with guidance on how to use it. So you get a little pro tip from the DM. That's pretty solid. I need to make some guide cards for my other deck so I can bust that one out more often because it's so pretty, but it has different cards and it didn't come with the meanings. Hey, welcome back. All right, let's get started on the planes of his face. Because faces be particular. Let's go for size 75 brush. I think should do it nicely. Yeah, for this particular color, I'm liking soft light as a blend mode to shade it out more than multiply. Multiply's just kind of graying it out too much. That's not what I'm looking for here. So I'll probably do a couple layers this way. Hey, Gintoki! How are you, my dude? I gotta tell you, buddy, we have spread the word of fish jorkin. It's been mentioned in several streams now. Punk, you're too sweet, dude. You're too sweet to me. I'm the headliner? Jesus Christ. Dude, is it just me, or is, like, everybody fucking dead on their feet today? It's not even Mercury retrograde. The chill after club. I've never been in a club in my life. I think you know that gif from The Simpsons where the old man walks in, takes his hat off, puts it on the hat stand, does a full 180, picks his hat back up, puts it on, and leaves? I think that's me if I ever step foot in a club. I think I'd just have an instant panic attack and leave. Like, most things I'll try once, but clubbing is one of those things I don't need to try to know it's not for me. Insane, I'm such an old person. And, like, people see my punk ass look and the way I dress and everything, and they, like, expect me to be into that shit, and then they find out I'm actually, like, insanely boring. The number of people I've had who, like, tell me that I seem like the type who likes to party or, like, fuck around with drugs or whatever, just to realize that, like, I'd much rather, like, talk to you about Dungeons and Dragons. Yeah, I mean, I guess, like, I've done, like, some bar backing. I could, if it was the right kind of environment, I could probably bar back and not hate it too much. Maybe even bartend if they have low standards. Don't tell Dion. I don't know my way around drinks, but I've mixed drinks for previous jobs. When they just needed somebody to, like, crank out the basic ones, so I can do that. Punk, that's so funny. Also, I literally have a clip from Friday, this past Friday, when I was streaming Red Dead. I was seeking the legendary bear, and I was struggling to find it, so I was just walking in circles for a while, fucking, like, talking to myself. And whenever I do that, I start saying dumb shit because I start getting anxious. I feel like I need something to fill the air. And and I'm just walking in circles. I'm like, this is really weird. I usually attract more bears than this. There was that time in the gay club when a bear bought me a drink, but it turns out he thought I was a twink, and we both got really confused. Somebody fucking clip that. when you're in, like, that the right vein of non-binary, it gets a little confusing. Alright, I kind of blended out where I shaded around his eyes a little bit because it was a little harsh. But we're going for the general shapes here. We can always build and layer more with the highlights, midtones, and shadows to build them up. That's how you're gonna get more realism anyway than just slapping that shit in place. Also, for all you fuckers, we're in an ad break right now, so I'll say it again later. But if anybody's not in the ad break, we just got the raid and stuff. Sometimes it skips you guys.
Brett Rios says I was sent here by the text-to-speech police to warn you to save thy fucking work. You will encounter an in 5, 4, 3, 2. You can save 15% or more on your art insurance by switching to Graphic Design & Co. by bundling your stylus and
How
art
are
today.
you, Breath Race? No, Punk, the fucking 2000s are back right now. That's really funny, Gintoki. No, right now it's all the 2000s. I had to explain to my mother-in-law what Whale Tail is the other day. That was my own fault, though. I put myself in that position. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, for anybody who's not in ad jail right now, I know sometimes it skips people who just arrived or got in with the raid. I am nearing 400 followers, and I've been saying for a while that when I hit 500 followers, which once we hit 400, we will be, it'll be a realistic goal at that point. I want to start doing charity drives when I hit 500. And, some people have been trying to get me to sing on stream because people know I sing, but I don't like to do it on stream. And, if you want a chance to hear me sing on stream, I'll make it one of the goals for the charity drives. I'll embarrass myself to raise money for people who need it. So if you guys want to help me get the push to 500, you can get me to sing on Twitch. Breath, I still have parachute pants. And my partner wears trip pants, like, every day. We still own, like, 3 dozen pairs of trip pants. We just never... Like, we never left the 2000s emo kind of look, and now it's coming back. Gintoki, I would make it a once per stream. Breath is just leaving. Hey, I didn't say I have Jankos, okay? You could do it as a once per stream or a very long cooldown to ensure it can't happen more than 2 or 3 times a stream, if you don't want it to get disruptive. Or alternately, don't put a cooldown, but limit redemptions per user. That's how I do the deck of many things redeem. There's no cooldown on it. That way, if several people redeem it once, I can just switch to my hand cam and bam, 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 bang them out. But then you can't redeem it again. It's once per stream. But yeah, the fucking 2000s fashion is back in full swing. I've seen whale tail. I've seen white eyeshadow. I've seen the pale nude lipstick. I don't have a kilt, but Lim does. You have 2 kilt. That's right, you have 2. I've never worn a kilt. I feel like that wouldn't matter much, though, because you can't even see... Like, this is like, you can't see much past my collarbone. Oh, that's awesome, Gintoki. I could make a kilt, but sewing... I can hand sew, but I'm not good with sewing machines. And hand sewing garments? Fuck, that takes so long. I'm trying to learn how to machine sew. I have, like, a cheap, shitty little sewing machine as, like, a beat-up learner. But yeah, I'm better at hand sewing. Usually when I would work on garments for cosplay, I would get a base garment that's close enough, and then modify it. It's a lot easier than making clothes. Making clothes is so much work. It would just be a bunch of ugly patches, Breath. A zoot suit. Oh my gosh. It took like months of arguing to convince my uncle not to wear jeans to my sister's wedding. When my cousin got married, it was the funniest thing. The dress that I was bridesmaid, so I had to wear like a matching dress with everybody else. You'll never catch me in a fucking dress otherwise. I'll just be for real. I don't like dresses. Um but the dress they put me in fit perfectly except the bust. It was meant for someone with a much larger bust than I had. But it was like one of those garments where it was going to be really difficult for them to bring in specifically the bust without tailoring anything else. So instead of getting it tailored, I just had like the most stuffed bra I've ever seen in my life. It looked ridiculous. Shit was so dumb. They do not make dresses for the itty bitty titty committee. Not in that style, at least. Dude, it was like 80% stuffing. And it was also funny because okay, so they put me in this dress where the bust was like 80% stuffing because it didn't fit me right. And I had my mohawk back then, so I had like an extra foot of hair on top of my head. And I had on like 3-inch heels. And they paired me with the shortest groomsman. I had to bend to take his arm. They did it because they thought it would be funny. They paired me, the tallest bridesmaid, with the shortest groomsman just to fuck with us. Dude was like 5'2". I was like almost a foot taller than him already. And then when you count for the hair and the shoes, I made him look so small. I'm punk. I've done that, and I've overheard that at anime conventions. One time, me and a lady were both cooling off in the bathroom at an anime convention because there was like a bad heat wave, and we were both in like layered cosplay, so we were fucking suffering for our costumes. And we ended up in a whole conversation about how specifically she stuffed her bra to make it look so realistic. You end up in the weirdest conversations in ladies' rooms. Especially when the ladies are drunk. Yeah, I think I ended up like giving her some wig tips as like a thanks. Because I was like, listen, I don't want to be weird, but we both know those ain't real. How'd you do that? Like, the power move story. I'm not sure, Gintoki, but you should definitely hit me with it. By the way, Gintoki, have you and Punk met? This is my buddy Punk. He's been off Twitch for a minute. But you guys would get along really nicely. Yeah, like, I have this specific shirt that I like to wear to bars. I don't camera cooperate, please. I don't go to bars often. I don't really drink much, so it doesn't make sense to. But when I do, I have this one specific shirt I like to wear because I'm like guaranteed a bunch of drunk girl compliments in that shirt. And like, you know, I can't afford therapy, so that's what I get by on. Drunk girl can't afford therapy, just get some compliments from some drunk girls. You'll feel great. But yeah, it's like a really tiny crop top, like just a band, and it says across the tits, "No time for fuck boys." And every time I wear it to like a bar or whatever, I get a million compliments on it. I also have a D&D shirt. It's one of those like big oversized button downs, and it says Dungeon Daddy and like a bunch of other shit on it with like swords and dice and stuff. Um, I have this really dumb workout top. Uh, it's like one of those workout tanks with the real low armpits. Excuse me, smoking weed. It's like one of those muscle tanks with the really low underarms, and it's red, and it says "Come in me, bro." I wore that on stream once, actually. Yeah, honestly, that's just my life, bro. Trying to like make more time for drawing in between all the other shit that I get up to. Strike a better balance, give myself more time to practice and study. There was one time Hairless came in here and asked if I had COVID, and I was like, no, Hairless, I'm just smoking mad pot. That shit made me laugh so hard. She thought I had fucking COVID. She was really worried about me, too. I felt really bad. Oh, I was just thinking about this bass solo the other day. I love this song. So Gintoki went to the anime convention and had to use the bathroom. They had all gender bathrooms, and my backwoods ass got confused, so I walk in and saw urinals. Was good. Then some chick walked in dressed as Princess Peach, hiked her dress up, and pissed in the urinal. Dude, that's so badass. I like, I don't know, like a hidden stand to pee, or just like just the right technique or something. I gotta figure that the fuck out for when I'm camping and shit. That'd be nice. Maybe then I could finally piss my name in the snow. My brother always used to do that, and I was jealous. Dude, Punk, I was so pissed too. Like context. I didn't even give you half the context to when I got eaten by that gator. I was leaving Saint Denis, and I got jumped by a shitload of Lemoyne Raiders, like 24 of them, and they were just shooting the fuck out of me. And I panicked because I had just gotten raided, so I was like in the middle of talking to chat, and they just murked me. Dion, how are you, dude? They murked the shit out of me like instantly. And then it like respawned me a couple feet away. And I'm like, no, my horse! Is my horse okay? Like, let me go check on my horse.
Die
and I
on
went
this
to
hill
just
has arrived.
beeline straight for my horse to see if my horse was dead or if I could have a small window to give the horse medicine. And as I'm beelining, I walked through a deep body of water, and this croc just instantly got me. And I'm like, if that fucked me out of saving my horse, like, I lost my shit, dude. Brody knew I was here. How you doing, Diane? How was your weekend? Yeah, we got a raid from the legendary Punk Ape. Can you believe it? Just blend and soften those edges a little bit. Ooh, couple days off for Diane. That's nice. But dentist tomorrow. That sucks. Yo, Punk, have you noticed an uptick in like Brody Tim drama again in Punk spaces? Because I don't know why. It's been decades, but I've seen a lot of people bringing up shit about the two of them again, and I'm like, what year is it? That's cute, Kentucky. I love that. One of these days, I really want to do Alphonse Elric cosplay. And I'm gonna specifically build it around platform boots so that I can be taller than I am. And then additionally, I'm gonna build up the shoulders so that the top, like the neck of the armor is about where my, like, top of my head is. And I'm gonna see through the vent in the neck, the little grill that's there, and have the helmet on top. That way I can take it off and appear hollow. I just think that would be really dope. And then I can just, like, carry the helmet around and look like I'm hollow. That's dope, Gintoki. I'd probably end up making the whole thing myself, just for the sake of it being, like, as matchy-matchy as possible, but I would need a shitload of time, glue, and craft foam. Dion, you know I already have partial plate armor. Is that why everybody's talking about the Brody Tim shit again? Okay. Because I was like, why? Why is this coming up now? Also, Dion, as much as I would love to have more armor, it is very rarely made in skinny bitch sizes. I don't know, man. I just was like, what? Maybe there's like, okay. So every time politics gets absolute bullshit like it has been in the recent past, there's a resurgence of punk. And maybe it's just a bunch of dumbass baby punks who are just joining the scene that I'm seeing, because that would check. So I'm just gonna assume it's that. Yeah, Gintoki, I feel like armor tends to be made for one very specific type of big dude body type. Like, the armor I do have, I had to bend to fit, and additionally installed upholstery foam inside of it to pat it because I couldn't bend it enough to fit how skinny I am. Like, it's really jank, guys. It only looks good from the outside. Yeah, they're both a fucking mess, dude. They're both a fucking mess. That's the conclusion we all came to a long time ago. And I was just wondering if you knew why that's, like, been coming up again, because I'm confused. Dope, Gintoki. I haven't done a lot of, like, heavily armored cosplay. I mostly just have the partial plate for my, like, Ren Fair fit. And that's super dope, but I need to get a proper gambeson. I don't actually have a gambeson, so I just kind of wear a couple layers underneath, and because I don't have a proper gambeson, it leaves me bruised to fuck. So, ooh, fuck yeah. You guys already know what I want to be for Halloween this year, so that's gonna be a lot of fun. For anyone lurking, anybody new, not in the loop, I'm gonna be Sexy Patrick from the SpongeBob SquarePants movie, the Goofy Goober bit with the fishnets and the boots. It's gonna be so much fun. I'm also trying to get a him outfit together. Yeah, I like all the mermaid tops I was seeing are seashells, and I'm like, he's a starfish. I want starfish. Maybe I'm just too picky. Yeah, punk. Yeah, I've seen it mentioned a lot on like punk groups on Reddit lately, and I'm like, didn't we didn't we decide they both suck decades ago? Why like you know what I mean. They do, yeah. Yeah, I just like to follow those pages for like band news and stuff. But yeah, Reddit punks are interesting. Like, can we at least talk about somebody problematic who's like more fun to talk about? Like Gigi Allen. You know? Like that crazy son of a bitch. Like if you don't know Gigi Allen, don't look him up. Don't look him up. You'll see dick, you'll see shit, you'll see incestuous things. Gintoki, I mentioned Gigi Allen. Does that give you context, or do you not know who that is? Cause Punk, I gotta be real with you. The reason I bring up Gigi Allen specifically, and the reason he specifically fucks me up, is that him and my mother were born the same year. And like, and like, that just, when I learned that, something about that, like, really fucked me up. I don't know how to explain it. Yeah, you know Gintoki. You know. You know the horror that is Gigi Allen. Though one of my favorite factoids about Gigi Allen is is about that Gigi Allen impersonator who like had the look and sounds down like 1-to-1, but the only problem was that he had a normal sized penis. And people were like, "You're not Gigi. Gigi had a micro penis." And he's like, "Guys, I don't know what you want me to do. Like, I can't make my penis smaller." Like, can you imagine? No, honestly. But yeah, the Gigi impersonator dude really makes me laugh. Like, what an odd problem to have. Yo, Diane, are you still listening? I don't know if you're walking your dog or something. And if you are, you better be petting him for me. I can't even imagine. Just like, guys, I'm really good at my job as an impersonator, but my cock is too big. Like, oh no, your lobster's so buttery. Your steak is so juicy. Like, Just like, how can you listen to this shit without mean mugging it, you know? Punk, I said steak. Steak. No, I'm not just over here like, dang, that snake lubed up. I ain't that horny on Maine. Y'all over here goon scrolling. No, you didn't do anything. I was just wondering if you were still here. Because I wanted to tell you we're almost at 400 followers as a channel now. We're almost at 400 followers as a channel. When we hit the 400 goal, I'm gonna start pushing for a 500 goal. What did I say? What did I say? I was like, Diane, are you here right now, or are you walking your dog? And if you are, you better be petting that dog for me. That's what I fucking said. I know you so well. As a community, Diane. As a community. We're almost at 400 followers. And I've mentioned before that I have a goal to have at least 500 people here before I start doing charity streams, because I think it's less pressure on the individual that way. If every single person who followed me were to donate about $2 average, that would be $1,000 for charity. You know, it's not a lot of pressure on the individual, so I like that. And I will, because of you guys being some type of way with me, I will include a karaoke charity goal. And I will sing on stream. But we need to hit 500 first. And it will be behind a goal to raise a certain amount of money for charity to try and run the drive. So, PSA. Oh god, don't drag Valk into this. I'm never gonna hear the end of it. Yeah, I was thinking of doing the Trevor Project. Because they're a project for, they're specifically a charity for, like, homeless queer youth, which I once was. And, additionally, as far as I recall, they're a very legitimate charity. Granted, I haven't looked into it in a while, and I will be looking into it again before I end up, dedicating myself to any particular cause. Because a lot of charities are just scams, let's be so for real. But yeah, I'm gonna go for the Trevor Project, and as far as I'm aware, they're legit. But I will be double checking before we do anything with them because I haven't researched them in a few years, just in case there's been a change of hands or something. Yeah, Punk, you know what I mean. There's a lot of charities out there that really just like line the pockets of their CEOs and stuff. And if I'm gonna be trying to raise money for something, I want the money to actually go to a good cause, and not some asshole's tax break. Dad, get the fuck out of here. I tell the bell ringers for the Salvation Army to their face that they can go fuck themselves. And I've had a couple of them be like, but it's charity. And I'm like, fucking read your own Wikipedia article, you fucking idiot. Fuck the Salvation Army. Fuck Goodwill while we're at it. Fuck New York City. Mr. Donut, stop playing with that wire. Donut. Donut! Thank you. So that's 2 layers of shading just to get some level of building going on. I think I want to do 1 more just to really darken some of those detail spots, and then come over it with some mid-tones in a couple spots to kind of bring it back, and then do some highlighting. Kentucky, I had to throw it in while I was at it. It's basically obligatory. Punk? Punk. Punk. Hold on, I need to take my glasses off so I can look you in the eye without a glare, even though it's going to be blurry now. Punk. That New York City punk would have also said fuck New York City. Probably more than me. Let's be real. Anyway. I needed, the glare blocks my eyes. I needed you to see. There's nobody who hates New York more than a New York punk. And you can try to claim I'm wrong, but I'm not. And I'm a lot more East Coast than you. Yeah, you know I like my pun titles, Dion. Surprised you're not used to it by now. I still think Go Go Flower Rangers was really good for that Deltarune chapter. That was partly because my roommate inspired me. I gotta give him credit. Okay, why is my USB thing freaking out again? Ah. Please cooperate. I need a new USB hub. Them's the breaks, Dion. That's how the cookie crumbles. Yeah, but New York is also to blame for a lot of the flaws of like American infrastructure and a lot of the shit the punks are so against, like the suburbs and car-based infrastructure. Okay, but just because you have a good credit score doesn't mean you can't admit the system's bullshit. You gotta be in debt to maintain that good credit score. It's crazy. I get it. I do. I understand why it is the way it is, but it's still stupid. Look at you, brand new deal. Great new deal? Great new deal. I'm not a fucking history teacher. I know, dude. I just have to dunk on New York. It's it's in my blood as a New Jerseyan, you know? Like I can't help it. I can't help it. Yeah, Cali's crazy fucking expensive. New York's crazy fucking expensive. New York makes us crazy fucking expensive. It's ridiculous to me because it's like you're looking at houses. It's like you're looking at houses. And your house costs a shitload more because your neighbor's got a nice garden and a pool. Like I'm not who says I'm going to be hanging out with my neighbor? Oh, but there's a convenient walking path in between your yards. Fuck off, that's them. Like I don't give a shit that I'm near New York. I don't want to be there. Okay, my fucking USB thing is acting up again. Hold on. Hello? Okay. I'm gonna save real quick because it like froze Krita for a second there. Ah, that's a bummer, Punk. Sorry to hear about that. I wasn't very familiar with that band myself. Um, Lim said that they were listening to that band today at work. So I'm probably familiar with them through your mix, Lim, but I've never really listened to them myself. Dude, like, there's been a lot of crazy deaths recently among a lot of like younger celebrities, and it's very sad to see. And like some of them have been just fucking bonkers. There's been like three celebrity fucking helicopter crashes recently. Like, what the fuck is going on? Like, I know we have no fucking regulations anymore, and that's part of it. But some of this is occurring in like other parts of the world, and I'm like, what the fuck is happening? That people are just like falling out of the fucking sky and shit. Yeah, I saw about Kyrie, the voice actress of Kyrie. I'm sorry, I'm blanking on her real name right now. I'm sorry? Oh yeah, Dion just dropped it in chat too. Thank you, Dion. Um, yeah, I just read about that. There was a musician in a helicopter accident in Brazil, and like some like Instagram influencer in a separate helicopter accident in Brazil. Like, it's just fucking. It's a weird time to be alive, guys. I'm tired of living in historic times. A little more detail in the ears, I think, is necessary for how much detail is going to be in the rest of this. So I'm slapping that in. And then I'm going to move on to doing a little bit of midtones. I don't really do a lot of work with midtones. I'm more just like have the bass show through because the bass is also the midtone. But for this, I'm gonna do a little bit of that kind of work with midtones. Um, and then we're gonna come in with highlights. We're probably gonna like, if you can see, I've kept the shading kind of even across the face. Because I want it to seem like there's like a spotlight on him and maybe like ambient lighting from stage lights as well. So I'll probably come back with some separate layers to like cast light over him later on. Dude, fuck Pantera. Fuck Pantera. We don't fuck some Pantera. I don't like band merch that also features the Confederate flag. Thank you. Yeah, like you mean PK? He actually changed his username. It's Painted Knave now. But yeah, I kind of can't blame him when he's in fucking fuck off Missouri. Like yeah, certain music tastes get ingrained in regions in a way where like you'll kind of grow up on it and won't question it. But like somebody's got to be like, listen, dude, those guys are not cool. Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, I thought Paxam Days was a fantastic EP. Um, and I thought all the people who were dunking on it were fucking stupid. Um, they were like, "This isn't what Fall Out Boy normally sounds like," or they were like, "Why would these assholes try to do punk?" And it's like, it's good. Shut up. Yeah, Gintoki. There was a lot of that. Dion. Like, no shit. They've only been on the radio for 2 decades. Jesus Christ. Anxiety attack at the supermarket. Oh my god. My mom would always mash them together though, like that. She would be like, "Oh, didn't you get tickets for like Fallout at the disco?" And I'm like, "Mom, we love the Butthole Surfers. Hell yeah." Yeah. Butthole Surfers are great though. Like, honestly, far from the most ridiculous band name I've heard. If you want to talk about ridiculous band names, Let me hit you with this one. Aborted Hitler cock. There's some real weird names out there. Tony Danza's tap dance extravaganza. That feels like something like in my head like Princess Carolyn is saying that. I do know Oakley Dokley. I do know Oakley Dokley. How about Hate Beak? Metal covers but mariachi. I love that. Hold on, my hair's all fucked up under my hat. I just cut it today, so it's kind of a mess. Yeah, Hate Beat goes way harder than you'd expect when you hear that the vocalist is a bird. I have another rant for as soon as ads end. Yeah, honestly, it's ending in 8 seconds, but it's for you anyway, Punk. Um, I know you were talking about Phantom of the Opera earlier, and I feel morally obligated to touch on that. I feel I need to speak on defense of Phantom of the Opera. No, Gintoki. So I don't want to shit on Phantom. I want to shit on the fans of Phantom. Because Phantom of the Opera is good. The fans are too stupid to realize that it's good. Because here's the catch, Punk. Here's the catch. When I rant about Phantom of I'm ranting about the misinterpretation. The misinterpretation that the Phantom is sexy and mysterious. Because the it is made expressly clear that the villain's a bad guy and that he's a creep and that you're supposed to not like him. And then a bunch of the fans were like, "Oh, he's sexy though." And I'm like, "What are you on about? He's a pedophile!" You know what words don't belong together? Sexy and pedophile. They do not belong in the same sentence. So, like, the thing about that, Punk, the thing about that is that, like, I've been talking lately about how I wish more things would have the fucking balls to make villains who are villainous instead of more morally gray villains. I'm fucking sick of morally gray villains. Give me somebody who's legitimately bad. I want to root against them. I'm tired of this morally gray, see both sides shit. I'm tired of people trying to find common fucking ground with fucking villains. So I'm glad that the Phantom of the Opera is a fucking creep because he's a legitimate villain. He has fucking issues. And it's part of why he's a compelling villain. But he's not sexy. It's the fans who think he's sexy that are the fucking problem, bro. So when you were talking about Phantom before, I was like, he I hope I didn't give him the misinterpretation that the show glorifies the Phantom. Because the show does not glorify the Phantom. The fans glorify the Phantom. He's ugly, he's deformed, he's socially inept, he's a stalker. In the book, he had multiple victims, but the musical focus is completely on Christine Daae. Oh gosh, Breath, I'm so sorry. But to be fair, rants about musicals is very in character for me. But yeah. Have a great night, Breath. Hope to catch you soon. Yeah, no, he's supposed to be a creep. Like you're not none of what is happening in the show is supposed to be approving of his behavior. And a lot of people are too goddamn stupid to realize that. And it drives me nuts. Because he's actually a fucking compelling villain, and I'm dying for more compelling villains. I think a well-written, morally gray villain can be a wonderful thing. But I don't think the majority of morally gray villains in media are well-written. I think they... Honestly, I think fucking... I think the MCU did it with Loki. I'll just be real. I think they did a really good job at, like, making Loki feel sympathetic. Even though he's, like, not. He's legit committed genocides and stuff. So you shouldn't be, like, sympathizing with him in that way. But I think they did a really good job of making Loki feel like a sympathetic villain, and as his storyline goes on, he becomes rather morally gray over time. And I think a bunch of other companies wanted to copycat that and did not have compelling enough writing to pull it off. But yeah, most people... I told you guys would get along. Most people, aggressively misinterpret Phantom of the Opera, and it's partly because the story doesn't hold your hand. Um, it doesn't dumb things down. It doesn't repeat itself. And, a lot of people don't catch certain details as a result, including the Phantom's age. Because it's kind of glazed over, I'll be honest. It's kind of glazed over. But if you actually consider the timeline... Hey, how's it going, Crazy Jester? If you actually consider the timeline, though, he's a grown fucking man. Like, he's a minimum of mid-40s, I would estimate. Maybe even into his 50s. Dude, the Joker Harley shit is never gonna end. It's just never gonna fucking end. Also, is your name a reference to, Jebel? I need to know. I'm doing well, thanks. How are you? Working on some fan art of Blue. I just think he's so pretty. I want to blend out some of the edges on this guy. So I did a bit of a blanket highlight since he's meant to be under, like, stage lights, but now I'm trying to, like, wash it out into, like, layers. Your first car buzzing? I'm not sure what that means, but I hope it goes well. Yeah, same with Frankenstein Punk. Frankenstein is constantly misinterpreted. But we are living in an era where, like, illiteracy is high. And I get really mad at people who are media literate. There's no better way to say it. I'm like, for the love of God, read a book! But yeah, I think Loki in the MCU kind of set off a sympathetic slash morally gray villain kick And I'm over it. I want villains that are evil again. If you have reason for your villain to be morally gray or sympathetic, cool. But don't write a sympathetic, morally gray villain just because that's what's fucking popular in the movies right now. I'm bored. It's every movie's the same. How you doing, Hairless?
Hairless doll has arrived.
I've never actually read the Frankenstein book. Um, but it did get discussed a bit in my English class in senior year. Primarily, our teacher would threaten to make us read it because it was boring. And when the class would misbehave, she would threaten to make us read Frankenstein. Which I thought was really funny. She was a great teacher. Um, but one of the books we covered that year was Silence of the Lambs. Thanks, Hairless. I think it's because I just cut my hair. I feel more like myself now. It was getting ratty, and I was starting to feel some type of way about it. But yeah, I freshened up my buzz cut too, so now it's keeping my head nice and cool. I was just getting so hot. This fucking weather sucks. Can't wait until it gets cold again. I want to pull up. I picked like some reference images of a model with a similar value of skin tone. Value is an art term referencing how bright or dark a color is, just to be clear for anyone who's not familiar with art terms. Um, she also has quite dark skin, since I was going for dark skin for this character. And in this photo shoot, she's under some bright, like, bluey, purpley lighting that gives her skin a very cool tint. And I saved that to use as a lighting reference. Because I thought it looked quite a bit like what I was going for. I love rats. What shade of black should I do my nails next? Uh, go with like a metallic gunmetal. How about that? Yeah, I adore rats. They're adorable. I generally find rodents pretty adorable, though. I can't lie. Oh no, punk. Here, listen, I had to stop wearing my nail polish because I started having allergic reactions. Um, that's why I have bare nails. Chinchillas are so cute! And they're so soft. Also, fun fact, rabbits are not rodents. That's a common misinterpretation. They're lagomorphs. You can look that up. It's a funny word. Well, I'm glad you're here, dude. We've missed you too. I'm just here, man. Every Tuesday night doing art. You know where to find me. Oh, Hairless, how is your Voodoo Dion, your Voo Dion doll coming along? Are you still waiting for eyes in the mail? I know you needed to order more safety eyes. Also, I don't know if I didn't show you guys yet. I got the most beautiful candlesticks from Lim's grandmother the other day, and I added them to my shelf. You guys should be able to see them. Yeah, there's one, and there's one up at the top that you can't really see. They're so pretty. I'll show you guys them better later, but I really like them. You mean Roger Hairless? Punk, you ever see Primus live? You might only want to see them outdoors. If you see them indoors, you're gonna get secondhand, and you don't want that. I know that's not your style. That's fair. If you ever do have the opportunity to see them live, though, I would recommend it. They put on a really good show, and it's a really chill time. I just think you'd enjoy yourself, even if you're not necessarily like the biggest fan of theirs in the world. You'd have a good time. Smart poker. Blunts out for punk Rambe. I think I said something about, like, horse Rambe in Hallie's stream recently. I don't even remember what prompted it. I just keep making jokes about horses to him because ever since he did that Uma Musume stream, he's haunted by horses. And ever since I started playing Red Dead Redemption 2, people just keep telling me stuff about horse balls. So I feel like we're suffering in similar ways. But that Uma Musume stream fucking sent me. God, it was so funny. You didn't realize it was smart poker? Your brain just corrected it. Yeah, I saw Primus a while back, like before COVID and everything. Everybody was high. Although I wasn't as high as that time that I accidentally got too high when I went to see Deep Purple. We were so high. Yeah, like fucking Lim had like misread the packaging for the edibles we had. And they had like twice what they meant to. And then I had the rest of the pack. Dude, I was like watching the show like this. And I had a great time. And we were there with Lim's parents. I was like on the lawn, sitting in the grass, just fucking zooted. Listening to like Deep Purple played live, like holy shit. These guys are still alive. Oh my god. I only do the like dumbest shit when I accidentally have like too much fun. I know how to limit myself. But every now and then it's fun to let loose, and like that was genuinely a mistake where we misread the package. Like shit like that happens. You just gotta make sure you're like responsible for yourself. It's fine. Um, but I also got really drunk and sent a bunch of micro pig pictures to a bunch of people once. And like, if that's the dumbest thing I've done drunk, I think I'm doing pretty well for myself. Yeah, punk. I was at a barbecue at my in-laws, and my mother-in-law, she likes doing like themed barbecues. It's fun, and sometimes we'll dress up for them if we have clothes that fit the theme. But sometimes don't worry about it. and she had done an Alice in Wonderland theme barbecue, and I thought it would be fun to bring to bring edible glitter to mix into the liquor because it's like whimsical. And she had me like make tags for the bottles that said like drink me and stuff like that. So I did like a bunch of hand inked tags. Um and my sister-in-law had found this place that does a service where like this place breeds micro pigs and also like will bring them to parties when they're too little to like fully be adopted, but when it's good to start getting them away from their parents for stints to get them like socialized and stuff. And so these people show up with like a little like pet pen that they put in the backyard, and they put like 6 tiny little baby micro piggies in there. And I was really drunk because I did the ADHD thing where I was like, ooh, sparkly more, ooh, sparkly more, ooh, sparkly more. And what did you think I said? Oh no. Micro dick? No, 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 no. I said micro pig. I'm not Gigi Allen, punk. Full circle. Uh, and so there was a bunch of tiny pigs, and I was really drunk. And a fun fact about me is that I think pigs are like one of the cutest animals out there. They just have like the little like goblin shaped ears and the tiny hoof feet. And I think everything about them is just fucking precious. I love piggies. And I, I was sitting at the edge of the pool with my feet in the water, like sipping my sparkly drink more, even though I was already fucking drunk. And Lim was like in the pool and starts like tapping my ankle. And I'm like, what? You know, because I'm fucking drunk. And Lim just points behind me where they had set up the pig pen. And I just turned around, and when I was like turned back, I had like tears in my eyes. So I was like, do you see how cute they are? I was like borderline crying. Because I was so excited about these tiny pigs. And like I had that was like around when I had started streaming. I had been streaming for like only a few months at that point. And I started just like taking pictures of these pigs. And I was smart enough to make sure nobody's faces were in the pictures, even though I was drunk as shit. Because that was even before I had a face cam, so so nobody knew what I looked like. And I just sent like a bunch of streamers that I was like just starting to get to know a bunch of pictures of micro pics with my like drunk hand blurry in there, like scratching their belly. Like I sent him to Painted Knave. I sent him to the actor John McLaren IRL. I sent him to like every streamer Discord I was in. Dion, you know I only drink like 3 times a year. I sent him to every streamer Discord I was in, and in most of them, I did not send them to the correct channel. Like I sent it like gaming tips instead of like pet pictures or whatever. It's so stupid. No, fuck, I sent them to like random streamers. Not like people, not even like streamers I knew well. I just thought they were really cute and I wanted everyone to see. But yeah, that's the dumbest thing I did drunk. So if that's it, I go work with that. And Gitogi, the funny thing is, I spell really well when I'm drunk, so you won't know it until I tell you I'm drunk, because I will tell you I'm drunk. Dude, that would be so funny. I even like the next like day when I was sober, some of them went live. And I like popped in their chats and I was like, listen, dude, I sent you a bunch of pics of micro pigs and I'm sorry, like we barely know each other and I just like was really drunk and wanted you to see these cute pics. Like, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be parasocial. I apologize. This song was my alarm for a little bit. Though I ended up switching it to Wake Up by Korn because I thought it was funny. When I was in high school, my alarm was Wake Up by Korn, except on Tuesdays when it was heat of the moment. And if you understand that reference, you understand me from high school. Yeah, at least it wasn't like a dick pic or something, you know? Like, and I still managed not to reveal my face or anyone else at the barbecue. People still had no idea what I looked like. They just saw my skinny white fingers. And I feel like people knew. People had some vague idea of what I looked like because I told people I look like Chloe Price from Life is Strange, and they just like, I think didn't realize how much I meant that until I had in the face cam. Because now I get people in here all the time like, "Yo, you look like that bitch from Life is Strange," and I'm like, "Yeah, I know. Everyone's told me." Hairless, you gotta wear socks when you do those crochet streams, girl. You gotta stop giving people free feet. At least charge for it. I sent the micro pig pics to my friends too, but like the fact that I just dropped them on a bunch of random streamers, like I apologize to PK too, but he said never to apologize for sending in small pigs. Jonathan Davis noises. Oh god. Am I the only streamer that takes tags seriously? Because that's how I'm starting to feel. Hold on, I need to adjust. My leg is going dead. And for anyone in the UK, I mean pins and needles, not a fucking Charlie horse, because that's apparently a thing. Punk, I'm not gonna show my feet to end world hunger. No fucking feet from me, baby. I don't do fucking feet shit, man. Oh my god. Oh god. I can't do feet shit. I can't. I think I'd stab a bitch. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, without even thinking about it, instinct would kick in and I'd stab a motherfucker. What you got there, punk? Because the link did not go through correctly. Plus, it says localhost, so I don't think you can send that the normal way. Yeah, this song always reminds me that I was a terrible nail biter when I was younger. Oh yeah, it's a great song. What is happening? Are you trying to send the clip? Oh no. If you grab it off my page, that might work. Like the link there. She's probably asleep. It's like 2 in the morning there. Thank you, Punk. I appreciate the clip, bro. But I've had like a lot of gross commentary about my feet from dudes over the years. So I'm like, nope, Yeah, that one's a fucking classic at this point. I've also started posting some of my clips to TikTok. I haven't done one yet this week. I need to do that. I'm trying to do at least like one a week. To try and like put myself out there more. But like it's interesting. Like I feel like I'm at the point where I have enough followers that I'm starting to get followers faster. I don't really know what to do with that. Like Gintoki, I'm not even like ew feet. Like to me, feet are just like another body part. Like to me, that would be like finding an ear sexy. Like I just don't get it. I just don't get it. Like if you got probs with your feet and your feet are gross because of that, then yeah, that's gonna be gross. But like they're just like I'm more thinking of it through the when I get annoyed by it, I'm more thinking of it through the lens of like as a female person. No, Diane. As a female person, there's already so much of my body that I have been made to overthink or be insecure about because somebody is trying to profit off of that learned insecurity. And I don't want my fucking feet to be another goddamn thing I have to over fucking think. I refuse. I refuse. I'm done. I'm done being told how I'm supposed to look by advertising. If I'm at a point where if I'm wearing makeup, I'm wearing makeup for self-expression. If I'm wearing clothes, it's because I like those clothes, and maybe they were good quality, maybe I got them for a good deal, maybe I just like the way they fucking look. Don't tell me what to fucking buy or what I want to fucking look like. I'm tired of it. I'm so fucking tired of it. I can't even list all of the things about myself that I have been forced to overthink as a result of the way women are targeted by advertising. And I'm done with it. Dion, stay away from my plugs. Like, advertising is a game, and I've stood up from the table. I'm done with it. I'm done with it. The shit I've done to my skin alone. Gintoki, the moment I say that, like 8 people are gonna start yelling at me. Because you know I would, but then I'm gonna have to talk down like 8 people from yelling at me. But like I've talked about before how I don't really wear a lot of makeup anymore because for a long time I felt obligated to wear makeup. It didn't feel like something I wanted to do. It didn't feel like self-expression. It felt like it felt like the fee I was paying. No, I know it's a SpongeBob reference, but they're still gonna say it. They're still gonna say it. I felt like beauty was the fee I had to pay to exist in public. And trust me when I say that's a very feminist sentiment that I'm not alone in. Shut up, Dion and Punk. I know what both of you look like, and you're both cute. Diane, I've already told you that PTSD doesn't work with positive reinforcement. You can look that up. I've got CPTSD. I'm immune to positive reinforcement. I apologize. You guys can tell me I'm hot 1,000 times, and I'm not gonna hear it. But somebody can judge my appearance once, and that'll be all I think about for a year. It's just how my brain is wired. There's a reason they don't do cognitive behavioral therapy for PTSD, and it's because positive reinforcement literally does not work on us. Yes, I know what Dion looks like, and I know what Punk looks like. Hairless, he specifically showed me his tattoos. Does that make sense? Like, art, you know? But Dion doesn't want to share his face, and that's valid, and he can't share his name because it's very unique. Yeah, Kentucky, you have a camera. Plus, I've seen, like, your cosplay pictures and stuff. And you're wearing masks in some of them, but fills in for what the camera doesn't show. This is one of my favorite Law Dispute songs. Mm. Yeah, I think I have you on Insta. I definitely have your current account. I don't know about your old one. Punk, don't get me started on Daredevil. Can I just say, Foz knows me so fucking well. She sent me a fucking Daredevil thirst trap the other day and said, I thought of you. And I'm like, you're so right. But also, Disney fucked him, and I'm mad. Yeah, Kentucky. She saw like a sexy Daredevil Charlie Cox reel and sent it to me. And she was like, I thought of you. And I was like, oh my god. Oh yeah, him and She-Hulk date on and off. Matt gets the fuck around, Punk. Matt gets the fuck around. Name a lady superhero in the general vicinity. He's probably at least hooked up with her. Diana almost said that! Anyway, Punk, I'll be honest, I don't have as many favorite women in comics, because they tend to not write women great. It's like, a lot of people are like, I thought you're queer, why are most of your fictional crushes dudes? Because writers don't know how to write women. Simple. Everfrost just has weird vibes in general. I did think her and Tony worked really well, though. Okay, I want to blend out some of these shadows a bit more and strengthen them in a couple places where I feel like they got a little lost. Hairless, am I a comic book character now? I've been told I look like anime. That's usually how the boomers say it, put it. Yeah, I think most of the people who have said that to me were like older people, and I think they meant more in the lens of like I'm thin, pale, and have large, brightly colored eyes. So I'm like, okay, like I never know what to do with that. And yeah, Dion, that's very much a B joke. It's really funny to me how comic books and anime, manga before anime obviously, were born of the same war. They were two different sides of experiencing the same war and how artists dealt with it, and they're very, very similar in a number of ways. Hey, it's Foz! Hairless was just looking for you. Welcome in, Foz. How are you? How's your night? It's late for you. Thanks for stopping in. Foz redeemed first. Congrats on first, Foz. Punk, did I tell you I found out something about Rob Liefeld the other day that explains a lot? Yeah, but I found out something about his art specifically recently that makes a lot of sense. And if you're not familiar with Rob Liefeld's art, oh boy, is it indescribable. I'm sorry, I got a dunk on Liefeld. I got a dunk on Liefeld. I recently learned that Liefeld would draw while driving. Not as the passenger. Not as the passenger. He would draw while driving his car. And that explains so much. Yeah, he's guilty of the chest out to here Captain America. His art was a disaster. Yeah, he is accredited with creating Deadpool. That is the one thing I gotta give to him. But he's the fucking worst. And if you dig, there's an interview out there with him where it was him, who was there was another artist. It might have been McFarlane. It was Liefeld, another artist, and Stan Lee, and they were being asked about their like artistic process and similar questions. And the the interviewer asked Liefeld a couple questions about his like process of designing a character, and Stan Lee spoke over him to talk about how shitty his character design is. And it fucking gave me life. It was so good. If you haven't seen that, Punk, I'll look for it for you later, or you might be able to find it like before I'm still gonna be streaming for a few hours. You need to watch that interview. It's so funny. His art is horrendous. Okay, let me zoom out a little bit for you guys so you can see it kind of blended together better. It's coming along. It's coming along. There's some tweaking I'm gonna have to do, but it's coming along. Yeah, Fonz? Oh no, Dion. Foz, is that still stuck in your head from the other day? Fucking Polish looking ass bullshit. I wish I could do more studies of classical art on the channel. But a lot of it includes nudity, and I'm not allowed to draw any of that. Also, guys, I cut my hair today, and I feel like a person again. You good, punk? Oh gosh. Oh yeah, that one part looked really annoying, dude. I don't know anything about that game though, so like I'd never even heard of it. Love you, Foz. Hairless might get jealous though. I'll own it. Haven't gotten that one in a minute. I'll have to knock the dust off one of these bad boys. Thanks for the check-in, Hairless. I'll get it saving right now, and we'll do Insane's card because I just finished shuffling. You got the key. A rare or rarer magic weapon of which you are proficient materializes in your grip. The DM picks the weapon. What kind of weapons you like? What do you want to wield, Insane? Oh, Punk, have you seen my Go Fuck Yourself redeem yet? Let's get fancy with it.
If it would please, my lord, I would suggest that thou go fuck thyself.
Fancy. Yeah, that's the art PK did. He's the best. I found that audio thing a long time ago, and I've just been looking for an excuse to use it this whole time. It's 9:40. There's my mouse. I can't read as well now. Yo, nice Dion, nat 20. Is that your boulder? That's a nice boulder. I quote that one every time I see a nice big rock. And if you think I'm lying, you don't know me at all. If that doesn't look good, don't blame me. Everything's blurry. You got like a minute left of me wearing this. I didn't actually set a timer. Own it. Thank you. Yeah, pause. Thanks. I like collect masks, and I have a redeem where you can make me put one on, or sunglasses, with the Donna disguise redeem, and I'll wear it for like 3 to 5 minutes. If I'm like in the middle of something, I'll keep it shorter. Hey Punk, thank you so much for hanging out. Let your fam know I say hey, and you have a great night, dude. We'll see you around. Always a pleasure having you here, dude. Oh my god, pause. I guess you shouldn't ask Hairless about the buzz cut then. I can't remember if you've seen it. The real catch to that redeem is that I have to take off my glasses. Can do, bro. I owe you a walk-on thing, and I owe B an explanation on how I make my camera shake when I raise my voice. Because he's asked about that. He asked about that like a month ago, and I just kept forgetting to tell him. Okay, I have my glasses on, and I still think this looks pretty good. I feel like I can blend out that one slightly more, and this little bit on the nose just a little bit more. Now let me take this eraser, go under the chin here again, and we can start shading a bit lower. The shadows feel a little too dark. Let's see, what if I put you on like 50% on this layer? Still feels a bit too dark. It looks like face paint. Let's see. Set multiple shading layers to 50%, see if that helps. Kinda? Still feels a little harsh in some spots, but we can come back and fuck around with it a bit more. Yeah, let's get the body to match better, and then we'll do a little back and forth with him. A game I thought I might like, and might not like, and end up loving it. Hard to say. There was this DS game a long time ago that what it was like Doodle Knots or something. Scribble Knots, isn't that the phone game? There was a game on the DS where you doodle. Is that where Scribble Knots started? Mm-hmm. That shit was fun, and I expected it to be more childish than it was. I guess. That shit was fun. I don't know. It seemed, with the way they marketed it, it seemed more like a really childish game, but it felt more all ages when I actually played it. And oh, wrong color. I had to swap colors for the highlights, the lightest of them. So let me grab my correct color again. Yeah, Scribble Knots was a lot of fun. I think when I got that one, I had like kind of dismissed it, thinking it was going to be childish, but I really liked it. Um, and like I like childish stuff often enough. You know, I watch cartoons and things. Um, but it kind of, I don't know. There's sometimes childish stuff has that vibe where it's like, oh, so you think kids are stupid, like, and for some reason I feel like I had expected something like that and was pleasantly surprised when it wasn't. There's also a subreddit called Parents Are Fucking Stupid, and I like that one too. They cross post to each other often. I spend way too much time on fucking Reddit. That's why I was losing my shit when they kept bringing up r/atheists on on vampire therapists. I was like, oh no, not those edge lords. Like I know them personally. Now this is a middle school maker's jam. Diane, did you then go on r/weed? Because r/trees is dedicated to cannabis, and r/weed is dedicated to arbors. It's one of those internet inside jokes. Oh, it's marijuana enthusiasts. Thank you. Thank you. I also don't like the word marijuana because it was made up for racist bullshit reasons. Also, there's a subreddit for Amish people, and it does not have a single post in it. And if any of you are the one who ruins that because I mentioned it here, I will fucking fight you. Because that's one of the funniest jokes on the internet. Go to r/Amish. It's a real subreddit. It's existed for years, and there isn't a single post in it. It's one of the funniest jokes. It's so stupid. Oh, Dion, the term marijuana is racist. The word marijuana was invented to try to blame Mexicans for weed in America. And it is a made-up term that they created to try and have it sound Spanish, and it's racist. That's why I always call it cannabis or pot or weed, but I don't call it marijuana. Yeah, it's always been called cannabis. They made up the word marijuana to try and make it sound more Mexican so they could blame it on them. Flour is a good one too, but when you consider that I like to bake and garden, it gets a little confusing. What's up, Insane? Oh, my bad. That went over my head. That's funny. But yeah, like, a similar example, but less harmful, is like the ice cream brand Häagen-Dazs made up that term to try and sound German because they thought it would be like a bigger hit on the market that way. It's not actually German, it's just made up nonsense that sounds vaguely German. And marijuana is exactly the same thing. It is a word that they invented to try and blame Mexicans for the drug, and you know, as part of like the racial profiling surrounding that stuff. Oh fuck, wrong layer. If someone wants to count that, you're welcome to. I just biffed that. There's a term they used on Space Force. What did he call it? Jazz parsley? I think he called it jazz parsley. And that was one of the funniest ones I've heard easily. It might have been jive parsley. It was something like that. Something in that vein. I didn't expect to like that show as much as I did. What's his face? The actor who plays Michael Scott. What's his real name again? Steve Carell. Thank you. Steve Carell is very hit or miss for me. No, it was specifically parsley at the end. It wasn't cigarettes. It was either jive or jazz parsley. I don't remember exactly, but it made me laugh. That checks. Yeah, I don't always like Steve Carell, but I really liked him in Space Force specifically. Sometimes his over the top style is just too much for me. I get like secondhand embarrassed by that kind of shit. Like it just makes me want to hide instead of laugh. I can't watch The Office for that reason. I just fucking cringe the whole time. American The Office. Although I'm not a big fan of either. Because I know there's the UK version as well, and the sense of humor in them is different. It's just not really my digs either way. I do think he's a great actor in Saiyan, but there's that specific type of overacted humor that he gets typecast into frequently, like on The Office, and it just misses me. It misses for me. See, that's the funny thing, Don. It's actually really like I don't embarrass easily at all. So it's weird that shows like that fluster me as much as they do. But I just like put myself in an empathetic position where like I'm imagining I am them doing this cringe stuff and I just start fucking dying. They're like bags of sand. Yes, insane, but a long time ago. Okay, I needed to pull up the picture of the ballerina that I have for the musculature. He's in Bruce Almighty too. And he was pretty funny in that, but again, that got a bit into the overacted like cringe shit that he does. And like the fact that he can do that while keeping a straight face is very much a show of his talent. But I just get embarrassed watching it. Don, what are you talking about? I'm drawing his arms, which are out. Actually, the fucking ballerina I have in the photo doesn't even have a shirt on. He just has shorts on. I'm also wearing leggings today, so we like kind of match. Because I like ran out of clean pajama pants. Normally I just wear pajama pants when I'm streaming. Also, Dion, if you think I wasn't staring at shirtless dudes when I was drawing your VTuber, I don't know what the fucking tell you. Because I always have references, bro. You know this. I have like a bunch of like random half naked people just like saved in my phone. And like a whole folder of just like different textures, just like close up pictures of like wood and metal and fabric. Um like I've saved some weird shit in the name of art. Dude, the things I've Googled in the name of art, I was like, leg torn off by shark injury. Like, like that's an actual example. Um, uh, listen, I'm not going full Jericho, so I think I'm okay. Jericho was a freak with that shit. One example of one of his famous paintings, if you don't know who Jericho is, I think it's Theodore Jericho, but it might be like a slightly different version of the spelling or whatever. Been a minute since I've read about him. But one famous example of a piece of his is the Raft of the Medusa, which is in the Louvre. It is an absolutely enormous painting. I think it's like 17 by 25 feet or something. Like it takes up an entire wall. Um, and it's a take this artist had on a tragic event of the time that was kind of like the Titanic of the era, that involved a sinking ship with poor people getting fucked over, while rich people were able to kind of protect themselves from the consequences of it. And and his take on it is a bit of a hot take, and his opinions were not exactly the most like politically correct. Um, but this crazy fucking asshole, I believe he lived in Paris during this time, or like during like some of his like peak learning as an artist. he lived in Paris for a while, and he had an apartment building that was directly next to an old-timey insane asylum. And he would just walk there and ask them for uh dead bodies. And bring them home, but he didn't want them in his apartment because he had a small apartment and they would stink. So he would put them on the roof of his shared apartment building where other people would like go to smoke their cigarettes and stuff. And like he just like leave one of these corpses in the sun for like a month and then just like keep painting it as it decomposed with like his fucking neighbors smoking cigarettes in the background. Can you fucking imagine? I just like can't imagine. It's like you go up to the rooftop and there's a fresh body and it's like, oh, Artsy Steve is at it again. Yes and no. Like I don't like to I don't like to perpetuate the idea that people need to suffer for creativity. But I do think a lot of people have taken their suffering and channeled it into healthy coping mechanisms, which include things like being creative with it. But at the same time, I think if you have a happy artist, you'll get a lot more artwork than a sad artist. Yeah. At best, sad artists don't create. At worst, sad artists never create again. If you're picking up what I'm putting down. And like, I won't lie when I say that the perpetuation of the idea that suffering creates creativity caused me personally to delay in seeking treatment for my mental health. And I can also say that now, as someone who is treated, who is medicated, I do a lot more creating now than I ever did then because I just had far too much self hate, far too little energy. Sad artists don't make. Dion, you know how much emo shit I listen to? Okay, that's like the basic shapes of the musculature for one arm. I need to add a little bit of shadow across this shoulder and just like a little bit of a shadow along the leotard as well. But yeah, without like meds and stuff, like I didn't just hate myself, but I hated my creations also, and that made it insanely difficult to stay motivated. I cannot emphasize how little work I was actually able to get done because of that fucking mentality. And like if I'd sought treatment sooner, I would have started drawing more sooner and I would have improved even more for it, you know? So that's kind of annoying. Annoying in hindsight. I sound French right now. You want me to just throw around some art terms? Like, is that all it takes for me to sound French to you? The values are all wrong. The sense of chiaroscuro is broken. Like my use of pattern is just abysmal. How could I do such a thing with the tones there? I don't really know any French art terms, though. Most of the French words I know are food related. Like choux, or baguette, or omelette, or fromage. Yo, I told Hallie about the cheese caves in Missouri today, and he fucking lost it. No, yeah, I get you. But I mean, self-loathing's a big one with CPTSD in particular. That's like one of the main diagnostics, honestly. Like, I try not to let it show too much because, like, I don't want to be a fucking party pooper. Um, and I can pretty successfully like fake confidence to a degree. But yeah. I mean, if you really want to get wild, you could definitely take a shit at the party, but also, like, where do you guys think the origin of that came from? Who was the first person to just like have a fat shit at a party that ruined things for that to persist to modern day, like it was insane. Canon accepted. No further explanation needed. Listen, insane. Everybody poops. It's okay. It's okay, buddy. We're all definitely the dumbass in somebody's story, right? People throw parties. I also don't really go outside very much. Especially with the fucking heat lately. Like, I'd love to... I just, like, skipped gardening this year, because I can't deal with this shit. It's so bad for my health. I like how, like, 8 of you have just separately decided that I'm throwable like a javelin. Hallie's made that comment several times, too. I should put that on my resume. I'll put it right next to looks like Chloe Price. I mean, you can see I'm a skinny fucking bitch. It's not a secret. Oh, there's my men's alarm. I've got this, like, particular picture buried in my phone somewhere. I admit I was choosy with the angles to try and emphasize a point, but I was holding a Bic lighter, just a standard size Bic lighter in my hand to emphasize, like, size, scale. And I had, like, my bare wrist, no jewelry or anything with it. And like at the right angle, my wrist and the lighter were about the same thickness. I've gained a little weight since, but I can try to dig for that picture somewhere. Well, normally I wear, like, I have my art gloves, I wear, long sleeves a lot, you know? I wear flannels a lot. You know my fashion sense, and it's Tumblr emo hot boy. Flannels with the sleeves rolled up, beanies. Oh no, Dion. Also insane, that's a fantastic emote. Okay, I think that has the shapes sorted nicely, and then we can, like, shade more properly from there. Yeah, and were you wearing New Balance sneakers? Thigh-high socks. I didn't realize Dion's a programmer. No, it's the like over the knee ones for your kilt, right? um, they're not quite thigh high. I guess if you mean like the bottom of the thigh. I feel like I gotta give him the eyelashes sooner than later because his eyes, like from far away, kind of look open. I gotta make sure I'm not having that visual fuck up happen with the way the eyes are shaded because that Makes for a very creepy portrait, and that is not what I'm going for. Diane, I had a pair of socks just like that, but they were getting old and ratty, so I made them into a sock monkey. This is a certified punk jam. Heart of Bear? Heart of Gold. Thanks. I don't know Spanish. Okay, yeah. I haven't listened to that one in a long fucking time. So for a second I was like, I wasn't sure what you were referring to. Um I'm trying to get more of this kind of shit in my mix. The thing is, most of the like punk and metal shit that I end up listening to is usually usually me and Lim will put it on, in which case it's usually on Lim's account. Um, so a lot of it's like missing from my mix, and I'm trying to curate it again, type shit. But Rancid was one of those bands I jammed a lot to in like high school, and then I didn't listen to them as much for a while because I just kind of got like so wrapped up with like life bullshit that I just like didn't have the bandwidth for like things I enjoy. I know that sounds depressing. Um and it is. But it's rough out there, boys. Hey, Bonsai Bunny, how you doing? Samurai Pizza Cats? I think I've heard of them. I think I've heard of them. I don't know if I've ever heard their music though. Oh, that's too big. Make eraser smaller, please. Um, I love this song too. This is another one of my favorite Law Dispute songs. Hey, Hallie, how's it going, dude? Leaning Tower Pizza Kit.
Hallie has arrived.
Alright, we gotta blend out a bunch more of that. I really want to draw on his eyelashes sooner than later, because I'm getting like a weird eye shading trick where they look like they're open when they're not, and it's creepy. Just popping in to say goodnight. Well, thanks for stopping in, dude. I always appreciate seeing you. Yeah, it's late as shit for you, so I don't blame you. I think it's coming along nicely. I want to redo the tutu, because I think it could have better flow. But I kept the layers for that separate, so it's fine. I liked how the anatomy came out a lot. I don't know enough about T-Pain to answer that. We've been figuring out like how we're gonna have the shading on his face with the stage lighting, and I think it's coming along nicely. But I am getting a little bit of a weird like eye trick, where from when you zoom out, his eyes kind of look open. So I'm hoping adding eyelashes like resting along the cheek will help with that. But yeah, I was trying to figure out like lighting direction before I start going too crazy on like the costume design detail type shit. And then I'm probably gonna have like curtains, stage curtains behind him, and some simple stage under his feet. Alright, let's blend these bitches out at the edges, because that is much too harsh right now. Just darken those shadows more. Skin always kind of looks funny right up until the end, I think. Which is why I kind of started in the face to give people something to look at. And even that we're going to go back on and tweak to make sure everything's like uniform when we're done. Plus, we're going to have to add some shadows for his hair and stuff too, which we haven't drawn in yet. Though most of it's going to be slicked back, so there shouldn't be too much of a shadow on the face. Because I'm going to have it pulled back into a messy bun. Yeah, I like how he's coming along. Hey, Chrono, how you doing, dude? I'm just blending out more of it. Oh yeah, Masky, how you doing? How's your garden growing? Blend in the shadows on the fingers a little bit more. That's weird. Maybe it's something about, like, baking it. And I think we'll end up doing, like, one more shadow layer to really blend these out. And then start coming in with, like, some midtones and highlights. For one, I need to lighten the places where the palms would show on the hands. Like the thumbprint, a little bit of the edge at the fingers, too. This finger here, and a little bit on the edge of this finger. And this finger. Because that's where his palms are going to kind of be showing. Dude, when is that DLC coming out? That shit was a really fun game. And I'm looking forward to it, dude. Damn, Masky, that's so exciting. Big ass tomato. Is it like a beefy boy? That's an actual tomato strain. There's like big beefy boys. And like that sounds like something I'd name a cat, you know? Oh, it's out already? Dope. Yeah, no worries, dude. I'm gonna have to reinstall the game. But fucking hit me up anytime. We'll fucking find a day for it. I'll try to find a mask that fits with my glasses. Yeah, they wear like the animal masks. I don't quite have any that are like theirs, but I've got enough masks I can work something out. Maybe I can bust out that beak one there. That's right behind me. That could work well. I don't know if I can wear my glasses with it though, that's the problem. Oh yeah, that's gonna be really cool. I don't know, like it's just like, oh, sent already, sweet. Hold on, I have a reference pulled up in Discord on my phone. Oh yeah, that's gonna be a big fucking tomato. Fuck yeah. Um, yeah, I just hope the textures don't murder our PCs again. Because Jesus Christ, the fur texture on the big old monsters fucked my shit up. Like, I don't know if you remember the end when we were in the tank, but you were like, just start shooting it as soon as you see it, and I'm like, I can't see anything. I'm just gonna start shooting when I lag, like. And it fucking worked too. The moment I started lagging, I pressed the fire button and it timed out perfectly so that as the monster was popping up, the fucking ballistics fired. I was cracking up. But I really like their like subtle show don't tell method of storytelling. I found myself like thinking about um the world we had gone through for like a couple days afterward, just like interpreting what I thought they were trying to say and what was going on and what about the world they were critiquing and stuff. And I feel like that kind of world building is becoming rarer and rarer. A lot of things like hold your hand and explain stuff to you, and I don't want that. Did it and say that shit was so rough. It I don't think it crashed for me, but it was like there were no frames. It was like frame per second at best. But yeah, me and Chrono streamed it together, and he hit me up the other day that there's the DLC now, and we're probably gonna play that together too. Just because it would be really fucking dope to revisit it together. It wasn't hyper realistic, but the fur textures were. Like the style of that game is really cool. I really liked the art. But Jesus Christ, the fur textures, Masky, were horrendous. If I wasn't streaming, it probably would have been a lot easier on my computer. Um, because I do have a pretty solid fucking PC, but I push the graphics card a lot with like the animations and stuff I have on stream in addition to the gameplay. Uh, but the fur was just, it was a big fucking problem. Okay, that feels pretty nicely blended out. Um, I want to take another layer here on normal and put some midtones back into the palms specifically. No, I'm asking. I absolutely believe games should be accessible to wide audiences. And by wide audiences, I mean not just people who have the newest, fanciest updates for their PC. You know, even my stuff is a good fucking few years old at this point, and with the fucking RAM prices these days, there ain't no way I'm updating it anytime soon. Ain't no fucking way. Yeah, they did use textures really well. And with the nature of the content with like turning into monsters and stuff, it like helped to sell that point, I think, in a way that I really liked. But there was a couple. Thank you, Kitty Monster. How are you? There was a couple scenes in particular though where I just started lagging the fuck. Or even like UI updates, convenience updates, quality of life updates. Like, I don't want hyper realism, but with the same shitty fucking controls. I don't think that's so crazy. So we're gonna overdo the extension of paler skin from the palms so that we can then blend the edges out nicely. Oh, we're talking about Reanimal, Katie, and the graphics issues we had running it, even if it was a really good game. Me and Chrono did a playthrough of Reanimal a while back now. That was a bit ago already. And they recently came out with a DLC, and we want to play it. We're just hoping it's got slightly better performance this time. Because it was really cool. I really liked it, but Jesus Christ, the frames. There were none to be found.
Brethrius says text-to-speech is here to inform you that I'm just returning from the gym and the shower. First time in 8 years. I'm exhausted. The trainer
Ooh.
and I did pyramids.
I bet that was exhausting, but fuck yeah for getting back into it. Good for you, Breath. I think the longest I've ever stuck with, okay, so there's been a few times where I've tried to figure out how to take better care of my body, right? And I am very, very bad at forming habits. That's the kind of ADHD I have, where like I can spend 3 years doing the same routine. And if I miss one day of it, it's gone. Like it never happened. And that's a big ADHD trait for me. And I have had several times where I've tried to take better care of my body, and the most recent and longest running one was about 3 weeks of doing like I was doing floor Pilates specifically because there's a lot of exercise you can't do with heart condition, and floor Pilates is like a little easier with my system. And I was like, okay, I've stuck with this for a few weeks now. I think I can handle something a little more serious. Let's try the next. Like, I was watching like a video thing on like working out. I was like, let's try like the next tier. Let's try like Pilates 1 instead of like beginner Pilates or whatever. And they had me do, I think they were called clamshell leg lifts, but like your thighs are like this and you just like do sideways leg lifts. And I was like, that doesn't look that hard. And I did it along with the video. And my thighs were burning for a week. I was like, fuck, I can't do that again. Hold on, I have to look up exactly what that is. Because yeah, that shit, I'm not fit, you know? But it's good to put in the effort. Hey, Kitty, that's awesome. For me, my goal, I want to feel healthier in part. That's part of the goal, is just to feel healthier. And I think everybody should want to feel healthier. But the other side of the goal, if I could gain some weight and some bulk, that would be fantastic. And I've always struggled to gain and hold on to weight. And so if I could like build up some muscle, that would be really dope. But it's definitely something I'm gonna have to ease into, because I have a very sedentary lifestyle. The majority of my hobbies are sedentary, and I can't do any cardio at all. So like, the like, even walks are a lot for me, especially because I live in a hilly area. Cardio I can't do, and that rules out a lot of exercises. So it's difficult to like find workout regimens that I can even stick with. And when I do find them, there's the additional challenge of like keeping up with ADHD and actually sticking with it. And that I have to like carefully vet them to make sure none of them are putting too much strain on my heart when my blood pressure's just absolutely fucked. So yeah, you gotta work within your limits. There are certain things you don't want to push, and cardio is one of them. And a lot of people have misinterpreted how my heart condition works over the years, and have believed that I could either stave off symptoms or improve my health by doing cardio in order to strengthen my heart. But for me, all that does is add more stress to an already overloaded system. So I'm just not meant to do cardio like at all. And it's a bitch. Every workout ever has like at least a little bit of cardio in it, because for the average person that's a good thing, and that's great. But I'm not them. Breath race? Breath race? Breath race? I can do half of a push-up. I lower and don't come back up. On God, I'm I'm the most noodle armed motherfucker. I need to start with something that's not arms, because all it does is discourage me. No, but I just yeah, that sounds terrible. That's hell for me. That's hell for me. Yeah, I've been wanting to like start with some like wall push-ups, some squats, some crunches, simple stuff like that, even if it's just like 5 of each a day. um just because I want to start moving more and taking better care of myself. Aren't those the ones where you like hold the arms and you like, that looks weird without being able to see the rest of me, but I think you understand what I mean. Cherry pickers? I'm gonna have to write some of this shit down. Because I appreciate the advice. I really, like, my issues were undiagnosed when I was younger, which made gym class hell for me, which meant as a spiteful teenager, I was like, hey, yo, fuck this class, and didn't pay any attention. And, my old method of getting an exercise was playing lacrosse when I was a teenager. But I can't do that anymore. It's too cardio intensive for me as an adult because I've developed my heart condition over time. Um, and yeah, it's a pain. Cherry pickers. Oh no, I have to look up what that is. Show me this TikTok guy. Yeah, I don't think I can do that. I think that would be too much cardio for me. I think I would pass out. No, I feel my heart beating faster looking at that guy doing it. Yeah. Okay, Masky. Yeah, I want, like, if obviously, the goal first and foremost is to feel healthier. Uh but when it comes to like building mass, I think people will always want to consider like their look. you know? And he's doing it standing. The guy in the video was doing it standing, and he was doing like that with like jumpy steps. Also, I can, if you want to send me a specific reference, I would accept that too. I'm just trying not to be like, can you send me that? I'm too dumb constantly. Yeah, being healthy is fucking, it's hard work, and you have to be diligent. And I'm not very diligent, I'll be honest. I think diligence is a quality I kind of lack. Okay, he added like a jumpy jump thing too, so maybe that was just him. Without the jumpies, I could probably do it, but 500 sounds like my arms would be on fucking fire before I'm even a quarter of the way. I also had this awful, horrible gym teacher in middle school, and I like almost murdered that man in a rage. And he made me want very badly to not be involved in any of that shit for quite a while, honestly. Dude was abusive as fuck. Is it not diligent to remain consistent with things like that? I don't know. Semantics. but I think you know what I mean. Okay, Masky, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I love that kind of stuff with a healthy mindset. I've mentioned before, uh, but I don't know if everybody here has heard me talk about it, that my mother was one of those diet culture weirdos who would do like Weight Watchers type stuff all the time. And it led to me having like a very unhealthy relationship with my body. Not exactly Dion, because I was already thin. Um so it was more that like uh we weren't eating healthy because I needed more calories than I was getting, but she would only make her fucking diet food. So I maintained being really, really thin. And she was simultaneously jealous and belittling of that. I didn't get the almonds. I'm not sure of a better way to describe it than that. But yeah, my mom was like simultaneously weirdly jealous about it and really shitty to me about it. About me being thin. um, I guarantee you, had I been heavier set, she would have been an almond mom. But I just happened to take after my dad's genetics, and my dad's a beanpole like I am. Oh gosh, hold on. Let me check this. Let me see properly what this exercise is. There's also my turn off raids alarm, so. Yeah, that's different than what the other guy was doing. That looks exhausting. That would fucking kill me. Fuck that, dude. Fuck that. And collective punishment is bullshit too. There are reasons that I knew the military was not for me. Yeah, like I've worked really hard on first I've been trying to start by building up some mass. I didn't want to start exercising when I had barely any fucking fat on me, because um that's not really how you fucking bulk up correctly. I needed more calories before I could afford to burn more calories. And so over the last like 2 years, basically like since a little bit before I started streaming, 2.5 years, I've been working on like small diet adjustments to work on gaining weight, and I've been able to put on 20 pounds, which doesn't sound like a ton, but I am now past the most I ever weighed when I was like healthier and more active when I was in school. So that feels nice. I weigh the most I've ever weighed in my life right now. And right now I weigh about a little under 140 pounds. I flex back and forth between 135 and 140. My previous maximum weight was about 130 to 135 flex. And at my height, I'm supposed to be a minimum of 150 pounds. So, like, I'm still underweight by about 10-15 pounds. But this is the closest I've ever been to a healthy weight. Yeah, I'm really tiny. And it's because I'm tall too. It's not healthy. Like, people hear that I'm about 130, about 140 pounds, and they're like, "Oh, that's actually like pretty decent." Like, they don't realize that on a 5'10" frame that's bone protruding levels. Like, it's not hot. It's not. And I've hit the point recently where I finally have some fat over my ribs for the first time in my fucking life. Weird. I thought I switched colors, but apparently I didn't. Let's correct that. Thanks. Yeah, I've been working on it. And good for you, Masky. I hope we can all find what's healthy for us, you know? I'm trying to go based more on what feels healthy than based on numbers. But like I'll be honest, one of my I'm actually Dutch breath if we're speaking ancestry. Um mm, yeah, cuz Masky, you're pretty darn tall. Um I know that much. I don't know exactly how tall you are, but I know you're on the taller side. And people forget that when you're taller, you need to weigh considerably more. Like, it makes a big difference. Polish standards. Okay. Mm. Yeah, certain body types um will be mistaken for heavier than they are because, like, the you know, when you buy clothes, you have to buy for the largest part of you. And so, like, if you're really busty or if you got a big old butt, you're gonna need clothes that are a much larger size than you might if you were otherwise the same size but didn't have a large bust or a large booty. Makes a big difference. Yeah, one of my wake up calls though, I like this survival TV show. I've mentioned it before. It's a TV show called Alone. And I want to preface this by saying I know that BMI is not a healthy system to use. I know that BMI is a flawed index. That being said, this show operates by BMI for their kick out. If you've lost too much weight and you reach a certain BMI, they kick you out. And they have that as a standard rather than just like weight because it accounts for height too. So they wouldn't be like kicking out someone who's short for weighing less or something silly like that. Um it's a flawed system, but it makes sense for the scenario, I think. And they were discussing how this one guy was going to get kicked off because he'd hardly been eating. He was very thin. He looked bony and his face was gaunt. And it didn't help that he'd lost the weight rapidly, too. So that, was going to make a difference. But they said his BMI was 17, and they found that very concerning, and that was their limit for kicking people off. And my BMI was 17? I'm like, oh gosh. Dion, the number of people who tell me to eat a burger is bananas. And trust me when I say I eat. I need more calories than the average person does to maintain, and grocery prices are crazy right now. So I've been trying to eat things that are like more calorie dense, that way they'll be filling faster and hit better calorie goals than filling myself with garbage would. So, like, I've switched out a lot of my go-to snacks for things that have more calories. Um, like, I've been eating a lot of trail mix instead of chips. But there's only so much I can eat before I start to feel fucking nauseous. Oh, yeah, Bonds, I ate mad peanut butter. That's one of my go-to things. I put peanut butter in fucking everything. And I mean, burgers are good. It's just annoying when people say it all the time. Camera, would you focus, please? Camera. Camera. It's better, I guess. Become the almond person. Ironically. There are almonds in my trail mix. Alright, now he has the lighter palms, and I think that looks really nice. Yeah, breath. That's like one of the main flaws of it, is that it does not consider for muscle density, and that muscle weighs more than fat. So if you are particularly muscular, BMI is going to claim that you're obese. Yeah, I like the way the palms look. I give him pretty fingernails. Thank you. Breath Reyes was kind enough to send a reference for this hand, because I couldn't find a good picture in this position. I do think they came out pretty nicely. Yeah, there is. Yeah, because it's hard to find men in ballet poses, and Breath Reyes was kind enough to do the pose and send me a picture of his hand. Yeah, Diane. The more you work out, the more your BMI is going to go up because you're building up muscle. But yeah, in terms of aesthetics, I would like to have more bulky arms and shoulders in particular. I wouldn't mind bulking up my legs a little bit too, but primarily top side I think would look really nice. Give myself a little bit more of the triangle build. It would be very gender. I get you, man. Confidence is not something that like building confidence sounds easier than it is. You know? Brush size much too small, and I was in the wrong place in the layer order, so I just corrected that. I have a stupid fast metabolism myself. And I did like spend some time homeless when I was younger. And during that time I I struggled to afford to eat and was largely relying on the generosity of others to get by. And my stomach like shrunk during that time in a way that makes it like when I would try to eat more I'd just get like discomfort and stomach aches and stuff, and so I've had to like slowly um like work up my appetite again. And I feel like I alternate between like I don't even want to look at food and I'm absolutely ravenous. Hell yeah, breath race. Hell yeah. We love confidence here. But I I'm working on mine. I'm always working on mine. I'm never not gonna be working on mine. You know that meme where it's like God making people, and it's like, look at it. You've given a monkey anxiety. What the fuck? Like that's me. Yeah, I kind of felt like I've been dunking on myself a little too much lately, and that's part of why I like cut my hair and stuff too. Like I feel more myself with a fresh haircut. So I trimmed it today, and didn't hate what I saw in the mirror quite as much. He raided into me because he was streaming earlier. He's been getting back to streaming. It was really nice to see him. We've been chatting a bit off stream too lately. Mostly about comic books. He finally started reading Hulk comics, and now he understands me. Like, he hit me up and he was like, I get it now. I get why you're always ranting about what the MCU did with the Hulk and why it fell flat. He's like, I understand. I understand. And I'm like, dude, there's a reason I go on about it so much. Ooh, what is this long Halloween? Oh, a specific comics. Hell yeah! And get the fuck out of here, Dion. I need to add the byline again that it's not Mark Ruffalo's fault. I love Mark Ruffalo. Cameron, would you cooperate, please? I love Mark Ruffalo. Yeah, I don't know DC as well. So that's why I got mixed up for a sec. But I hope you enjoy it. One of my streaming buddies, PK, Painted Dave, is a huge Batman fan, and we're always talking about him there. But me, I'm more of a Marvel person, Avengers in particular. I love the Avengers. And yeah, duh, you're always there. I can't wait for him to come back to streaming. I miss that guy. But yeah, I just was like so happy when he hit me up about it, cuz like that's something I've been talking about for ages, how they never, like, the Hulk is such a well-written example of like a character with mental illness, and they just like don't deal with that at all in the movies, and it's such a letdown to me. And I think Mark Ruffalo is fantastic in depicting the nuance they do allow Hulk to have, but I think it's largely an issue with writing and direction. He's given shitty scripts where he doesn't have opportunity to show more sides of the Hulk, and as a result, he falls flat and winds up feeling like Tony's sidekick instead of his own character, and that's a big bummer to me because he's my favorite. Yeah, Batman's good. I just personally am more of a Marvel Comics person. And the Hulk is my favorite. My second favorite is Iron Man, but I tend to talk about him more for a couple reasons. Partly he gets better adaptations, partly I'm down horrendous. let's not sugarcoat it. I can fix him. Just give me a chance, Marvel. Dion, who says he has a big dick? They do specify he wears tight pants all the time, though. I do enjoy the MCU, but I critique it a lot because there's a lot of, like, I understand that when you take something That's like a big overarching thing with all these plot beats and characters. You're gonna have to cut something out. But I critique the things they decided to cut out and how they decided to change them, because I don't think it works nearly as well as it did in the comics. Dion, you imagine it? Whoa, pervert, thinking about Tony Stark's dick. I've got some on the shelf behind me. Again, I don't know why my camera's fighting me so hard today. Would you figure your shit out, camera? Please? Do I need to blow a big cloud at you again? Breath, are you Tony Stark? Because I was talking about Tony Stark's dick. That didn't help. Sometimes it helps, but it didn't this time. Yeah, you can't really see right now, but I've got a bunch of Deadpool comics right over there. I have some Hulk ones and some Iron Man ones up top. Why are you focused like I'm all the way up there? Come on, my face is back here. My face is back here. Logi. Hold on. Let me just fucking reset the focus on it. It does this sometimes, I don't know why. Excuse me as this goes away for a second. Now you can see my ratty curtains. Properties. Configure. There we go. I don't know why it does that sometimes. But now that looks better. Alright, we got the palms. We started the shading on the body. We got most of the shading done on the face. I want to add some kind of eyelash to get rid of this weird eye illusion. We still need to finish shading and highlighting the arms. Oh no. Is it my skin? My skin's been a fucking hater lately. This weather does not agree with my skin. Oh my eyes. Liz, I also have you know, I've been smoking pot and and I have all these bright screens in front of me, so I do get a bit bloodshot by the end of stream. Yeah, this fucking weather has been hell on my skin, and my skin's already really fucking choosy about like when to behave. It's really frustrating. I'll be totally honest. And I've got a lot of issues with my skin from overdoing it with like a lot of the chemical face washes they had in the fucking 2000s. Proactive, serious skincare, all that bullshit fucked my skin up really badly. Yeah, I'm surprised they did that. I don't think we've ever gotten naked Tony, but if I'm wrong, someone tell me where immediately. It's one of those like disgusting. Where? Where? Oh, this is Hypnotize by System of a Down. If you do exclamation point song, it also comes up on screen. Got you. This is some fucking classic System of a Down. This is one of those bands that I grew up on that I think like really shaped how I view the world. Because they talk a lot about politics and stuff. Yeah, sure, I'd love to hear it. Non-political bands like Dead Kennedys. I bet you also had a lot of Rage Against the Machine in the mix there, huh? Also, if you haven't figured it out by now, anyone who knows the first thing about digital art can tell I'm a traditional artist first. I admit it. That's why I do some things the long way. I'm used to doing it the long way. I'm not used to things like the fill bucket tool. I'm willing to bet I drive at least a couple people crazy with that shit. Bonsai, I was actually thinking of doing like a masking layer highlight over top. And I wanted to create the appearance that like his hair is dyed and maybe have it look like he's got like tinted mascara on too. Because if you take a little peek, this is the pixel art of the character that we're drawing. So you can tell it's our own interpretation of it. It does break the mold a bit, but he does have light hair. And I was thinking, you know, I have this dark color here for the base, that I would use that dark color to make it like a root and then have it look like the rest is bleached and dyed and it just hasn't been refreshed recently. I think that would add a nice contrast. And then having the hair be lighter would like go nicely with the dark skin tone and stuff, I think. Yeah, sometimes I just get like annoyed with the fill bucket and just start hand coloring things in. Like I'm the worst. I'm the worst, Bonsai. I also do plan on giving him dreads, and I genuinely can't remember the last time I drew dreads in digital art. So that's gonna be interesting. In traditional art, I love drawing different textured hairstyles, but my digital art portfolio is a little lacking since I tend to lean traditional, and a lot of the work I've done in the recent past has been folks' commissions. Um, so I'm finally getting like I'm doing this one like for me. This isn't a commission, it's a portfolio piece, and just because I think this character is so pretty, I wanted to draw him. And I wanted to get some more textured hair in my portfolio because I can do it. I just haven't done it in digital art in some time. Oh gosh. Yeah, I've done stuff like that. When I'm shading, I often like catch little spots that got missed and go back and correct them and stuff. I need to I need to see if there's a way I can do like fill bucket quick settings, because I don't know what program you use, Bonsai. I'm using Krita, and when I go from like a big ass canvas like this to like doing somebody's emotes for commissions, it I need to adjust the settings of the fill bucket every time, and I get annoyed by that kind of redundant back and forth, so I usually keep the fill bucket adjusted for large stuff and just like quickly fill in small stuff. Use CSP. Gotcha. Yeah, I tried a few of the different free programs when I started doing digital art again. Because for a while I didn't have a computer good enough. And Krita was the Photoshop alternative that felt the most natural to me. So that's what I ended up sticking with. Because I was trying to stop using Adobe products. Fuck Adobe. They're really trying to get me back, though. I'll tell you what, I see shitloads of ads for Adobe programs on like Reddit and stuff. That looks pretty. Oh, breath, that's nice. Yeah, honestly, Krita might have that feature. Um, but if they do, I haven't found it yet. I should really just look that up already. Like I said, I'm the fucking worst. If you if you are an artist who is skilled in your digital programs, I'm probably very frustrating to watch. I'll be completely honest. So I'm thinking if I start with that to highlight it a little. Oof, yeah, emotes are tough. Emotes are tough because they're so small. It's very difficult to simplify stuff to that level, I'm not even gonna lie. But yeah, that's awesome. For stuff like this, I work with a pretty consistent size. But for digital assets, like if I'm just like drawing character art, or like a scene or whatever, I tend to stick with the same size. But for stream assets, I will use like the specified size. So I'll draw emotes at that super tiny fucking size. I'll I did my Twitch emotes in the correct Twitch alerts in the correct scale. My overlay is, 1080p. Maybe I'll add like a little bit of a lighter eyeliner too to balance it out. I like the look of it. I like the contrast, but I feel like it needs more makeup to balance it out. I also need to like actually draw on the lips. I haven't done that yet. There's a lot of shit I still need to do on this. But I think we've made good headway today. I really like how his face is looking. I think it's going to look fabulous when the hair is added. There's a lot of detailing on the costuming I still want to do. I mentioned earlier, but I want to redraw the tutu entirely. It could have better flow. It's just kind of eh. Um, that's something I struggle with. I'm trying to do more studies on dynamic posing and flow. But I think the anatomy is tight. I think that's like, I can draw rigid anatomy and stuff really well, but flow I struggle with. I need to learn how to like break that stuff up better. I do look forward to getting some hair on him. I think I'm gonna give him a little eyeshadow too to try and break up the eyes open closed weirdness that's occurring. Um, we're gonna have flowers here. We're gonna have flowers here. Redo that entirely. On my pixel image. Yeah, he's it's more simple here, but I imagine it would be more decorated than what it shows. He's also gonna have like a not completely sure what you mean. The ponytail. For yeah, I'm gonna do I interpret it as dreadlocks in a messy bun. It does kind of look like a clamshell. Like to me, I feel like those are like loopies. And so I read that as locks pulled into a bun where they're like looped in and out of the ponytail holder. So I was gonna give him dreadlocks in a messy bun. And I think that's gonna look really nice. Hold on, I have my sketch layer here. I didn't really include it. I just kind of like started measuring like how far from the head they're gonna stand for the thickness and everything. But yeah, you can see some of the like doodly flowers and things, details I'm gonna add. He's gonna have a blue ribbon as well, because he's mentioned having one in the game. And he's oh yeah, no worries, no worries. And he's dating a character who is a yellow flower, so I'm gonna include yellow flowers on the dress, and yellow flower petals like flowing through the air and stuff. It'll give a nice pop of contrast to the otherwise all blue color scheme, I think. Plus, blue and yellow just pair so beautifully. But yeah, let's take a peek, see if there's anybody we know online, because we are at the end of our time for tonight. For anybody who stuck with me this late, thank you guys so much. There's the raid message in chat for you. I super appreciate y'all always showing up for me. Like, it blows my mind that people actually come here to hang out with me. Let's see if we have any friends online we can pass the love along to. Not a lot of folks I know on tonight. Why don't we read Cherry Mado? She's on. And then I'm gonna squeeze in some self-care and get some rest, and I hope you guys do the same. But thanks again for joining me, guys. I'll be back Thursday at 7 p.m. EST, and then we'll be back with more Red Dead Redemption 2 Friday at 8 p.m. EST. So if you guys want to catch that, make sure you're there. We're squeezing in some more side quests before we go to the end game. People keep telling me to put off the end game, so I'm trying. But eventually we'll get there. Everybody let Cherry know that we say hey, and have a great one. I'll see you guys then. Bye! Thanks again for joining!